everybody. Mike and Kevin are here, even though you can't see Kevin because he's hiding on the couch. We are going to be working on some Shoretrooper stuff today, getting it ready for paint. You can see us live, and it's so much easier to see now. All right, so I got shoulder straps to install on a couple sets of Shoretroopers here. Pretty easy, normal, typical stuff. Haven't shown these in our tutorial videos yet on how to do it, but the shoulder straps are pretty self-explanatory if you follow our build methods. They're really just aesthetic little things that are just meant to look pretty. And now they have the nice new 3D printed buckle all molded in, thanks to Brian at Aiden's Prop Shop with his little SLA printers that we'll be setting up tomorrow. I hate the latency over here whenever we watch it through there. But if we want to chat with anybody, we have to leave this open.
Oh yeah, the lag.
Yeah, you see the lag? Yeah, that was one little thing that I wanted to kind of demonstrate and do, because I was doing it yesterday with this set of armor. I don't know why your butt ended up doing something. Find something to do, Kevin.
All right.
Let's find something to do. You're here. You wanted some time off. We got little things that we're doing here. Forget about it. I don't know what Kevin's doing. I guess he's gonna work on his own stuff. I did that one. I had this one. Yeah, this one I was playing with yesterday for the shoulder strap install. Moving things around here, driving me nuts. Oh, hi Wolfgang. It's nice to see you again. Need to invite some more people over to watch some of our live streams here, because this is when we're a little bit more open, and if you have any direct questions, you can just ask us. Try to get some things settled on our desktop here. And I wanted to switch views so y'all don't have to keep looking at my face this whole time, unless you want to. Fill in the gaps whenever I do the seamless shoulders here, and it's using little plastic strips cut left over from trimmings and whatnot to fill the little gaps, and then super gluing it in. And you can see this one is like an unfilled, and I'll be doing this and then the shoulder strap install, and that'll make these two Shoretrooper sets 100% paint ready. They're joining 2 more sets over there, and 4 helmets here, all getting prepped and ready to go out. And Kevin's working on his armor, but he's hoping he'd help with some of this stuff. Excuse me while I rearrange for safety. So yeah, basically these were the little things that I'm working on doing today. Is getting these shoulder straps 100% ready, and I'm gonna set this over here for now, get it out of the way. So I gotta sand this first. Some forearm strips, some thermal detonators, and probably some belt boxes. Got 2 abdomens to do the final fitting on with the butt joining. I've got 2 sets of shins to do the rubber straps on for the Shoretrooper, and that'll finalize that. And then we have 3 of our sets that have been waiting for a while. They've been built waiting for paint, but they were installed with the older shoulder buckles. So we cast new plain buckles picturing it here. Cast these from rubber, so we're going to cut the old ones off of there and sand that down, urethane rubber, glue these onto them before they go onto paint so that they're as fully updated as possible. If you've been waiting a while, especially, you know, we want to make sure you have the nicest thing you can possibly get from us. So yeah, other than sanding these on the belt sander, I haven't seen the Shoretrooper in Battlefront 2, so I guess that's something I need to look up at some point. I'm not completely up to date with everything right now. As far as Battlefront goes, I guess I need to plug it in and see what that update even looks like, because I haven't touched it in a very long time and only finished about half the campaign before just reading the story and kind of feeling like it was just too generic. I enjoy Doom Eternal, even though it really hurts my hands to play and really gets my heart rate going. So I'm just going to sand this super glue because this 2P10 from Fast Cap works really great as a filler. I think may have been taking pictures while I was doing it yesterday. I don't really remember. I'm just going to sand this down flush again and show you the results. Well, I need to pull up a picture of that then. What? You're distracting me from work now, Wolfgang. It's all your fault. It's your fault. So, oh goodness, I've got two different mice here for two different computers. Let's see. Battlefront 2 Shoretrooper, huh? Let's see what we got. Let's get an image for it. Okay, specialist. Let me just look before I. Alright, that's not what we're looking for. Alright, this is the only image I'm really pulling up on it right now. It's on Reddit, so let me save image as. Give me just a second. So he's a Shoretrooper specialist. I will be probably very excited to do this. Specialist. Hopefully. That's the only one I pulled up there. I'm going to go to a screen share here in just a second. Let me first get that image up. So I'm going to have to move along my folders around too, because I can't see anything. All right. Now, we'll talk about it for a second as soon as I see the setting here. Oh yeah, that's the setting. There you go, Shoretrooper Specialist. Wolfgang was asking what our thoughts are on him. Well, it's a grunt with squad leader markings on the top. Let me make sure I'm closer to the mic so that we pick us up. Alright, so this is the Battlefront 2 Shoretrooper Specialist. First, I like his DLT-19 with that ridiculous scope because, you know, scopes in Star Wars are just the best. So we have the squad leader markings on the chest, just red on the top half of the shoulder bells. Other than that, they're just, I think those are basic grunt, I can't remember. Can't see if we have yellow stripes yet on the right bicep, but we probably do. Yeah, he's just a grunt package with a slightly different paint job. I'm all for it because I love the Shoretroopers based off of their colorings and their callbacks on the clones. I was drawn to the squad leader initially just because of the camo. So, you know, you can already start imagining the headcanon that you get from that, thinking that these guys are, you know, at least their units are descendant from some clone trooper units. Maybe there's some old leftover clones, new clones mixed with recruits. And we always kind of felt like these guys were kind of special forces recon type guys. So, you know, that was our impressions initially. If his ammo pouch is only hanging off of his belt, then thank you, Battlefront designers, because that would just be ridiculous if those straps have to go all over the abdomen like the grunts and the captains do. That's a very annoying part of that suit. All right, I think we'll get off screen share here. And we'll just go back. There you go. Now you get to see all those behind the scenes things that go along with it. Something's wrong with our live settings. Hold on a second. Let me get overhead camera, bench camera, overhead feature. There we go. We should be fine now. There we go. Now we should be fine and dandy. I'm not sure what you mean. Which squad leader? Ugh. All right. Now back to doing sanding. We got distracted for a moment. Get this bottle up. It's about at it. And just going to sand these down all flush. Super glue and accelerator. Do what?
The straps.
What about them?
I know that we usually had them set up on the shelf in there.
Yeah, if you don't see them there, we're out. Because the plan for the day is trying to get all these suits to paint ready, because I got to start painting ASAP.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was going to try to put the new straps on.
Yeah, no, not today. And actually, you don't even have to do that until after your armor's painted. Because you're going to mask off the buckle, and you just paint the strap part with Plastidip. Mask it off and paint it with Plastidip. That'll help peeling from flaking. The Plastidip adheres a little bit better than just the paint. I paint some of them solid, but I mean, they're fine, but for just general assembly, not necessary. Yeah, you're not really featured if you want to move up or, whatever.
You know.
I don't know what you're doing. That all flushed out real nicely. I had made a wedge of plastic and super glued it in place and then built up the seams with some super glue and accelerator. Could use a touch more right there. There's a bit of a hole. So we'll get to see me crack open a fresh one here. Yeah, while the Sanders off, Wolfgang. You never know. I mean, they can update it all the time. It's all about the merchandising and toys. So, you know, when are they going to release a Black Series figure, or when are we going to see a Kodo or Hot Toys figure or sideshow of? Man, 100%. Yeah, I'll do one with red markings. I'll put it on my list of suits of armor that I want to do that I don't have time to build for myself. I might have to just, yeah, I might just have to hire a commission for somebody to build my armor for me.
I'll do it for you.
No. When it's time for me to do armor, like, I can send them a text here too, because these are one of the live videos we'll be on soon, is the Road 1 TK, Justice South, up in the Birmingham area, him, Joey Beck, Alabama Garrison. I put off his R1 TK build here, because essentially he was going to be getting my suit that I've been wearing as the Minden Stormtrooper. I called him up or sent him a text and kind of begged and pleaded, dude, I'm making updates right now on the cover strips, and I'd rather you get one of the newer suits. Let me just muddy this one up, since it'll be the last generation of that suit that I build. And, you know, we had the virus hit one thing after another, so that's what really delays things, is the unexpected. So honestly, at first, I didn't think the virus was going to affect us until we noticed how much it interfered with the kids and the schooling and the extra time that we were taking to do other things, and shipment delays, and even a bout of sickness in our area that we may or may not have had it ourselves. So,
Question: the little rectangle thing that you got detail on the back of the
yeah, there's a pile of them right there. I cut a crap load of them Friday. See little wood? Yeah. I was building so many, I just took out the little mini chop saw and did them all at the same time. Well, my 2P10, I like to use the little fine applicator tip. I did get some super glue on my fingers, and it's already killing my dexterity. Just get left out. So, good old mister, I'm going to find all the cuts on your hands for you real quick. Yeah, every one of these cuts that you have on your fingers. Yeah, on the helmets, have they been washed?
I have not washed them.
All right.
Because I just scrubbed the lines in.
All right. I mean, that pretty much should be about it.
Yeah.
Before paint. So, yeah. Actually, we need to drill the aerator out before they go to paint. It can be done after, but that needs to be done for microphones and potential fans and airflow and whatnot. Alright, smudge the super glue that was on the edge of that bottle off. At least I can feel again. So super glue as a filler is an awesome thing. Do this with a bit of baking soda too. Just one more spot there. Continue without sanding this side, so you can see where I did another little wedge of plastic that was between here from just some scrap, and then filled the seams with super glue. that one turned out really nice, especially for a Shoretrooper. That'll be great. So we'll view the camera there. Just want to put another spot of glue on. The best advice for getting into 3D printing is learning all your software first. I mean, don't even buy a 3D printer until you understand the dynamics of the software. And a couple things that we use just absolutely regularly. Here, I'll give them to you. Let me switch our views so I can feel like I'm actually.
That's how I learned the hard way too.
Well, hey, no, we spent a lot more, because I actually started 3D printing because of vaping. We were printing battery trays and making box mods and stuff for our customers, and then I started printing props again, and then it kind of snowballed. One thing led into another. So, number one for your slicer, if you're doing filament, definitely spend $150 on Simplify 3D. It is worth every penny. You get 2 licenses for it, so go in halves with a buddy, 75/75, and y'all just share a key. Next is Mesh Mixer. Download it, because you will need that for plane cutting and orientation. Learn that program. It's great. Now, sometimes your prints, after you cut them and separate them, then orient them, you'll have gaps. So the next program is NetFab. Bring it into NetFab and run a repair and close holes. Pardon me. And that will give you the bridgeable connection for everything that you need to glue back together. And orientation, always print something flat when you can. Well, I'm talking about like if you cut an armor part or a piece, you want like the bottom to be going up that way. Some pieces you may want to put on a weird orientation. Look at some SLA prints, and they go on offset orientations because that reduces even further the amount of print lines. So learning your software is number one. Start with easy stuff, PLA, and unless you have an enclosed chamber, then you can move on to ABS and then be warned about making sure it's well ventilated or done in an outside area. So yeah, learn your models, download free models, do fake test prints, play with all the different settings, different nozzles, different speeds, different layer heights, different infills, no infills, and then start with simple test prints and work your way up in confidence. Bird's nest happens, failures happen. They happen to us on successful prints that are successful 99% of the time. We'll come into a little bird's nest because it decided to fail the last 10%. It happens. That's your best advice for 3D printing before I kind of go back to work. Is that? Yeah, that's definitely your crash course in learning 3D printing. Started with MakerBot 5th Gen, then another MakerBot 5th Gen, and they were good at first until you realize how bad proprietary hardware actually is, and how often I had to replace print heads, even though I cheated on several of them and did little hack fixes. Eventually I just had enough, and then we went on to building some printers, then on to some Wanhows. The Wanhows were great, and then we started bringing in the CR10s, FT5s, and now we're moving on to a CreateBot F430, totally enclosed printer, 300 by 400 by 300Z. That'll be printing all our production and some new products and some things to finalize some of our projects right now. So you don't have to wait too long to sand it. I feel a little dent right there, even though it's mostly going to be covered up. All right, and actually, just about time to start recording too, because I do have tutorial things to finish. So, just started recording, and let me see what I want to do here. Do I want to do awkward intro videos? Yeah, I'll do some awkward intro videos. Okay. Bring your stool up. Little things we'll be getting done over here is the canisters with the flap. Those forearm strips need to go on real quick. We got 2 sets of leg straps right there. I need to pull up the measurement charts for those 2 abdomens real quick. They should be sitting in these boxes where the tickets are. I need to pull up the charts. And then start cutting off those old rubber buckles and replacing them with the new buckles. So this will be some of the last things we end up painting outside. All right, awkward intro videos. So hi, Mike and Kevin with 850 Armor Works. We're going to be doing some final tutorials on the Shoretrooper, Death Trooper, Tank Trooper, chests and backs. This last tutorial really just involves doing the shoulder straps. Once everything else is done, and depending on the phase that your suit is in, is when you're going to put the shoulder strap in. In all honesty, you can put the shoulder straps in very last. That is something we do last on the Death Trooper because we like it to have an offset color. We'd already started work on these 2, and in our live video, we were talking about the things that we were doing to make these seamless during assembly. So I'll actually go over those techniques too. We already had one where we applied down some thin plastic in between some gaps. So I'm showing the wrong camera. We had some on this one where we filled in the gaps with plastic and then super glue and accelerator and sanded it down. And we'll be doing the same thing with this one. A little sanding on this one because it's got almost a touch of an overlap. It's almost seamless. But I'll build up on this side and demonstrate how you can build up with plastic and then go into doing the shoulder straps right there. This one's pretty much sanded and done, so I'll just throw it to the side. There we go. And back in hidden view. So before I do anything on this, I'm going to go ahead and sand it a bit. So we sand everything around here. So what I have going on here is an extension of the shoulder straps because these got cut a little bit too narrow on the chest plate. So I've taken scrap plastic that we had left over from the build, and I'll be cutting it to size and shape and filling in those areas with super glue and then retrimming it into one uniform and solid piece. And we'll do that on both sides. I got a thin strip right here to do, not much, and just more of a bridge fill of super glue right in that area. I like this piece for over there, so let's see what I got here. I don't really like this piece. I know I got some spare plastic just laying around all over the place. I feel like I just threw a lot away. Or did I just toss it all on the benches over there? That'll work. That'll work. Any black? That's all I need.
Got this one too.
That's all I need. That's more than enough. All right, little scrap plastic here. Do some handy dandy shears.
While you're doing that, I'm going to go sand these strips.
Oakley dokley. So at this point, I'm eyeballing it. It really doesn't even matter if I overestimate here, because I'm going to be trimming off excess anyway. Yep.
You can use this one. You want to do that?
Use the one over there and go ahead and turn the fan blowing out the door. Keep our dust down. Just one little wedge of plastic. It's always easier to cut material off than it is to add material, but adding material is not ever out of the realm of possibility. That's already sanded. I'm going to sand the bottom half of this. Easier if I do it over here. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's a lot easier to sand plastic this way. Since we're gap filling, I am being very generous with the glue. And I'm not afraid of cutting and sanding or, you know, gluing myself down to things. It's just all in a day's work. Now this really is just basic model building and scratch building skills. So I can see all the little comments on Facebook and the groups right now saying, oh, that's trash because it doesn't line up perfectly together. I'm sorry, I've never had a model, even a snap type model in my life, go perfectly together. There's always weird things going on with model kits and whatnot. Alright, that's had a good chance to set. So now I'm going to take my shears, and we're just going to come down and meet it if we can. I'll probably end up taking that over the belt sander a bit. See, is that glued down? Yeah, that's glued down. We get her generally sanded before we put more super glue in the gap. That plastic was a little thicker. That did very, very well. You can still get down here just a wee bit more though. Now we're going to put that little strip in. You see I got one little channel to fill, and thick gap filling super glue does a great job. It may take a couple applications and a couple of sandings, and guess what? My tip is actually already clogged. Let's see if we can just get the little bit of super glue off the end without having to cut any more off. pain. There we go. Must have gotten a little bit of accelerator on the tip. I just let it flow, fill in the gaps. Nice misting spray. And like I said, I'll run this over the belt sander and we'll plane all this off to one even shoulder strap. That wasn't really even truly necessary to do. But I'm doing it to show you an example of how to build armor. So let that side cure. We'll continue on with this side. Probably be a little bit more precise with this strip. Looks like it's already got a pretty good pre-curve on it. Let's see which way it likes better. Yeah, that's really good right there. Okay, that'll do for now. Love working with plastic. As long as I can always find my tools. My sandpaper go. No, I went somewhere. There's some more. Right, that little filler's in place. I'll go ahead and sand down a little height difference there first. And now we're going to come back and do the gap fills. A bit more there. Take a look at what? Oh, okay. Oh, it's hot. What happened? Get that fan on us. back here and stagnant air. Whew. Yeah, that's much better. I can live with that. This segment brought to you by Gatorade Zero. Let's see if they pop up any Gatorade advertisements. If anyone ever watches these. Okay, set the super glue. It's had plenty of time. I'm going to sand it. 120 grit on the long sander, and maybe one more fill. We'll see. Now I'm going to get into the trimming portion here because we don't need all of that. We're just going to follow one continuous curve. If we can, those shears don't cooperate. That's a little better. Shoot it up a bit right there, but let's super glue the separator right back up. And then I'll probably still end up taking it to the belt sander. Workbench is getting a little crowded over here. Build up a little bit here. Once this is sanded, I'll take it to the belt sander. Why this instead of filter putty? It's just faster. Super glue and accelerators are the best things ever. Always keep them handy in a crash kit. Here underneath.
And we can actually show that when you still look putty on mine, it's still going to dry.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, did you flush out your neck? Did you bondo your neck? Yeah, the seam. The seam for the right there. Yeah. Check the CRL. That was a requirement. It was on the tank driver.
Changing stuff again.
That's been around a while. I actually made a very long rant about it with the CRL review that I told Logan not to finish editing or publish. Your TFA armor is still in. Oh, okay, let me start over there. Hi, Halson Bex. I have all your info first right here, along with your measurement charts for Ethan. Right here. And white armor kit's over there. So, our big plan has been to get Shoretroopers, Death Troopers, Rogue One Stormtroopers all built out while we're getting the new paint booth built out. Because we have all these suits knocked out, we're going to start the row of First Order suits, and we'll also be doing some special things for those builds because we got a new 3D printer in. Once we start setting it up, we're actually going to start incorporating some printed parts in our suits, think along the lines of like biceps, so they can be completely seamless, have more detail, and actually be sized per individual instead of making sure it's vacuum size. We're looking at doing a lot of little things like that and upgrades. The paint booth is the #1 thing that we absolutely have to have done, because when we're painting white and black and red, we need that environment, and we're tired of painting outside in other conditions. Glenn will be working on it pretty hard next week, and next weekend he's going to have a lot more time on his hands to get it wrapped up, and hopefully we'll be painting in there soon. I should be painting these Shoretroopers next week, and Ian will be back in here hopefully to mask them off, and then we'll go through the next round of paint. Yeah, we pushed the... Hold on. Not on hold. Not on hold. Sorry. So a little bit at the mercy of the paint booth, but we push all those first orders to the back so that I can actually assembly line them. They are some of the hardest suits that we have together. For the most part, I can take care of Death Troopers and Shoretroopers a lot faster. Rogue One Stormtroopers a lot faster than First Order. They just take a lot more time, a lot more care. They're a more perfect suit, so all the flaws are really ensured. I mean, I'm doing a little flaw work here on a Shoretrooper that's going to get dirty and weathered anyway, but on the TKs, they have to be perfect, and we will not allow it to be any other way. Let me grab one of the helmets. Other than being really dusty, this is one of our painted helmets. This thing's actually been painted 3 times because of the elements causing issues. This has been a really good helmet, and how our paint jobs turn out. We're a little whited out. But these are the paint jobs that we wait for, and what we will achieve with a paint booth continuously. This one has been painted 3 times before it's going on to final painting. We have another one just like it that's getting a touch more detail work, and then it goes into its final detail painting. So when it comes to first orders, patience is really going to pay off. Cut the sander for a second. Okay, just for a second. Go back to it. We're gonna get our cameras rearranged here. So yeah, like for Ethan and all our clients waiting on these builds to be finished, you know, the virus hit us harder than you could really expect as far as time delays go. We were already in progress in a lot of things, and then we got hit with that. We get hit with, staying home more with kids, having to homeschool kids, reduced hours, reduced energy, reduced time, supply line issues. A lot of things really go into play here, and it's nothing that any of us could have expected. We have a few key indicators that we've been looking at. I'll get to your Captain Rex in just a second, because I have done Rex before, and look something up on YouTube. Look it up and go watch this video, because this is us. Yeah, look this up. RJ Squad Cartoon Network. It will pop up, and you'll see an old Captain Rex that I did that was featured on LFL and Cartoon Network, and a bunch of us from our squad that went up to Atlanta. I'm pretty sure, yes, y'all can see that. There's a delay between the two. I know. That's. Yeah. Kevin was actually just talking about something else. Let me get off the Captain Rex. And yeah, go look up the RJ Squad. It went out. An email went out region-wide. I was CloneTroopers.net detachment leader at the time. I got the email. Glenn, who's doing our build-out, another clone, local clone, he kind of followed up on it too. And I got on the phone with them. They were a production crew in Atlanta saying, hey, this is short notice. We've got to do, we need Clone Troopers for a commercial shoot for Cartoon Network, for LFL. And they ended up taking 4 or 6 of us, and I think 4 or 5 of us left Pensacola, and we had Jonathan Garland already in Atlanta. He met us down there in a Captain Bree, and they put us up in this like studio hotel. We had an RV. We were taken all over the city to shoot scenes, but Mike Lee condensed all the footage and some of the outtakes. So whenever you find that RJ Squad Cartoon Network video, that's me, Mike Lee, Chris Valia. Glenn's son was the Red Captain. That was Glenn's set of armor, but Glenn couldn't make it, so he sent the son instead. Jonathan Garland was the Captain Bree. That's all I remember off the top of my head, but it was just one of those great times. So yes, I can do a Rex. Brian Bonner, Aiden's Prop Shop, who's kind of our sister over in Mobile, Alabama. He's doing a Captain Rex for himself in honor of his son. I've got one of our clone builds here that they're requesting a Captain Rex paint job on, so that's not a problem. I've done Troopers since 2004, 2005 when they first came out. Now back to pandemic and blah blah blah, the Black Plague that's going to murder us all. It just affected everything and really killed our timetables. So the things that we're looking at right now, San Diego Comic-Con has canceled. We already knew that. I've been waiting to hear if Celebration was going to be canceled. I spoke with somebody yesterday that told me that Dragon Con in Atlanta, that the city is not issuing the permits for the parade, and that the hotels are potentially releasing reservations right now. Not 100% on that. I was talking to Snow in Atlanta, Reynolds Advanced Materials, engineer guy, on Thursday. So that much we know. So as far as the global situation, we just figure the world's on call, so the more time we have, the better products you're going to get out of us. And Lisa's been taking care of our emails and communications and just letting people know that anything new coming in is pretty much anywhere between 6 and 12 months, depending on the world reopening, because I can't see us as a costuming organization doing big events. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why would we? That's bad PR, in my opinion. It's just bad PR. I mean, we're already limiting worship and gatherings to 25 or less people. So what? We're going to have a trooper call for 2 people? Let's use this time to build armor, make ourselves better, go over our kits if you have the resources to, and go from there. I mean, that's our optimistic viewpoint on it. I'm going to switch camera views and just talk through the work because we could do this all day. And sorry about that. I have to switch back and forth between our broadcasting platform and the YouTube studio so I can keep up with the comments that are coming in and whatnot. So, all right, this is nice and cured here. Sand it real quick. I'm happy where that is. I'm going to take care of the nubs at the belt sander real quick. I kind of overdid it here on the plastic. See where I did the joiner strip there. Got a little too much hanging over. You know, don't let that pinch anybody. And it's just going to be a pain. Scoring and snapping. Spot that you cut off. Alright, to the belt sander with us. Well, if you're still torn between First Order and Rex, I can tell you the Rex has a lot more accessories to it because pauldron, camera, ammo pouches, holsters, specialized helmet. I think we quoted a full Rex package, like absolutely everything around $300 or $3,200. It was kind of ridiculous. You know, there are other makers that you can like piece stuff together from. Yeah, I just stick with the First Order for right now. We love Stormtroopers. Even all of our locals, we're really encouraging to do either Rogue One Stormtrooper or a First Order Stormtrooper because we need just plain Stormtroopers. And, you know, bodies. We need them. We're just faceless grunts. That's what we're supposed to be. All right, to the belt sander I go. And just for me, it's much easier on the belt sander to just kind of even up and shore up that edge to more of a straight line than to sit there with shears. And now it's done. I'll do a little bit more sanding, and we'll get the shoulder straps in. I could actually hit this a little bit more. I don't like how uneven that is. And if you're still there, Ethan, you know, we really appreciate your support and patience with your suit. It's just been weird. That's all we can say. It's just been weird. You're not the only one. Trust me. We have a whole long list of suits to do, suits that are already made and just waiting to go on this workbench and across that workbench. They're all just going to get assembly lined at the same time. Okay. And that's that for shoring up the shoulders here. Got 2 sets that I'm happy with. And we're going to go ahead and put these shoulder straps on. Actually, I need to sand this one down a bit. These chests and backs go to Eric Priato.
Yeah, you won.
In France. I hope I didn't butcher the pronunciation of your name. This was, yeah, you had gotten a rough build, paint ready that we're going to take through the primer and get it on the way to you. Pre-bend it first. Pre-bend it out to give it the curve. And get those screwdrivers out. Wonder I never pulled back in. Okay, now we are at the shoulder strap stage. Didn't I just sand one of these? I just sanded one of these. So the next step is start measuring up the shoulder straps here. Make sure you get shoulder straps that match. And they don't have to go in very far. Make sure your alignment is good. And this is where pencil marking will come in. They really only go in like 1 or 2 holes. I like lining them up right at the edge of the collar. I think that's where they look the nicest. So I'll go ahead and make pencil marks there as a stop, and a mark here on the back, and go ahead and mark here. Now I've already pre-sanded where these are going to go in, so don't forget to sand. We still have to sand these too. Go, slide right on in. Left side, make sure that we're about even with one another. That's going to be our target, even though we can still probably move a little bit up. So with your shoulder strap installation, I did go ahead and mark it here, just so we have some reference points. It's shiny. Shiny doesn't like to stick to things. So we're going to take this over to the belt sander and sand these flat. If they have any off-cast, any flashing, you can take a razor knife and cut off the edge of the flashing for the cleanup. Other than that, there's really not much cleanup to do, but get those sanded down. Palm sander might work, but I use a belt sander. So yeah, you can do the palm sander. I'd go with a coarser grit than this. This is 120. I'd just hit it with some 80. Get all that shine off of it so the glue will actually stick to it.
What spin do you want on this? Hey, Mike, how much of the curve? Huh?
Yeah.
I get it. They tried to do it.
Not real hard. Alright, so that's on the belt sander, brought up the bottom, the shoulder straps, and now we're going to position them in place and clamp and glue. So I only need to glue it down to a couple points. The first point's going to be on the inside, and I did not actually pre-sand on this side right here. For some reason I did the other side. So we sand that, and I sanded the top of the shoulder strap on the belt sander a bit to give it that too. And I'm just putting super glue in on the inside here, letting the strap hang down, and give it a shot of accelerator. Let that cure off. That clamp in place. This clamp a wee bit, so I have some wiggle room here. And we have a pencil mark line. It's still holding up good. Little sanding right here to make sure the glue sticks. All Mary can hear is the fan.
This is all I hear is wind.
Well, the fan, that's terrible. Well, he was able to hear. The Halsenbecks were. I mean,
Can you hear us now, Mary?
we've got the fan blowing on us because it's hot. Well, it's delayed a little bit too. Well, hopefully Logan has what he needs as far as the video. Again, simple stuff, super glue. Go ahead and put a little bit here. And go to that pencil mark. We got some extra glue. Take care of that real quick. It's stuck. So that's pretty much your shoulder strap installation. Be the same thing on the other side here. I'm doing this, even though I got a pencil mark in place. This is getting a final gluing, so I want to make sure that they're lined up even with one another. Come on, we've got plenty more room in there. There you go. That's better. Is that where you want it? Yeah. It's like that's where it really wants to be. Okay. What we did on the other side, just lifting up the flap a tiny bit to get some super glue under it. And then hitting it with the accelerator. Permanently put it in place. Doesn't hurt to put a little more on top. Continue with the front. And I got my new pencil line. Just a little sanding in that area. Glue. Accelerator. And let's get that pencil to work. Yeah, I think the microphone is picking up a little bit of wind, but not that much. There, now it's like directionally facing away from the wind. Alright, that has us all set. So, if you're tuning in for the completion of the chest and back tutorial for the Death Troopers, Shoretroopers, or Tank Drivers, this is it. This is the final part of it before you go into paint for the Shoretroopers. If you were doing a Tank Driver, you would mask off the buckles and then you could paint everything at the same time, or delay the application of the shoulder straps until after painting and paint with something like Plastidip. Death Troopers, I put the shoulder straps on very last so we have shiny and a little contrast with the dark. But this is really where you need your suit to be before you go on to paint and final strapping. I'll extend it out here and we'll tape it and then start the epoxy paint process and get this out to our client. So thanks for tuning in and we will see you next time. So now back to our live video. All right, one done. Go in the front. These were cast a little bit more thick by accident, so yeah, I got to do a little bit more Dremel work here. Is Dremel still over that way? All right. Now I'll go get it. I need a fiver.
is, yeah.
Is that Mary?
Sure was.
Oh. Well, I'd like to ask her opinion on how our audio is, trying to get our fans adjusted. I may have to just bring out a little floor fan to keep on me. It's awful hot. Very hot. Very humid. So Lisa was casting these shoulder straps, and they turned out a little extra thick because we actually have a fill line on there. It's okay and fine, but to remedy this, I'm just going to Dremel out plastic a little bit more to create an inset for them to drop in. This segment brought to you by Dremel. Sorry about the loud noises. Almost there. Yeah, she did cast these thick. Ooh, it makes a noise. And all I did was slot these out bigger so that the strap could fit in more easily, like that. And that's it. That's all we had to do. Very simple. That one goes here.
There you go, Mike. There's two.
Yay!
You want to put the belt boxes on?
Yeah, we need to get the belt boxes on these two suits set up with wood blocks. There we go. Got two good ones. I'll take these to the belt sander and be right back. Yeah, the crate. Alrighty, got these nice and sanded here. See if we can share this. There we go. things here. Huh. Come on. Oh, our Facebook page passed 6,000 likes, 6,031. I wish I knew who our 6,000th like was. Oh, we've been in the 5,000s forever. Just doing a quick Facebook post. No. Laptop decided to be funky here, or not laptop, keyboard. Now we just did a live post on Facebook and YouTube. Here you go. We'll go ahead and put the links in here. I guess I should start doing things like this a little bit more often, so you guys can get in here and see it. Do some quick editing. Ah. Keyboard all over the place on me right now. There we go. There we go. Now we're all set up. Hopefully some notifications went out. There you go.
What size wood this was?
Huh?
This wood right here?
Should be like 3/4 inch.
Does it work perfect?
Yeah.
Just sits there just like that.
Yeah. It should be 3/4. I think it's called 1 inch, but it's actually 3/4, and that's should be fine. And if anything's either over or under, we just take it to the belt sander and plane it
Oh,
off.
no, I mean, it fits in there
Yeah.
perfect.
So I can super glue it and shoot a couple screws in and rock and roll.
So they can see.
Well,
This way.
I don't know. Can they hear us? I mean,
Let's see if I can somebody.
I mean, it's showing us as concurrent viewers as 1, but we know we've had more than 1 viewer in, so it's kind of. All right. Oh, I didn't know how bad I need to sit down right now.
Fit it inside
my
there.
knees.
Glue it, and then you'll shove your screw through there into the belt.
Well, the microphone's here, so be sure to talk into it.
Okay.
What Kevin's trying to describe is the way that we do our belt boxes. This is kind of something for another tutorial video. Is we put a little block of wood on the inside, we super glue it down to the inside, and then on the canister mount, I think we demonstrated that in that video. Shoot a screw in through the backside, and whenever you're doing your belt, lay it all out, glue it down, and then come behind it and shoot some screws into that wood. Make sure these things don't fall off. Yeah, just like that. Easy stuff to do. Now hang on. One of them is a grunt, and one of them should be squad leader. Yeah, one squad leader. So just a box on the right side of one and a box on each side on the other.
Okay.
Yay! Okay, good. I'm glad you can hear us because we're trying to adjust our fans. It's how hot outside now, 90 degrees, and we're in a aluminum oven. Trying here. We're gonna try to put in some exhaust fans at some point this summer. It's just not helping us now. But hi, Steve. Thanks for tuning in. I'm sure you'll see an awkward tutorial intro or something here in a little bit. Actually, I don't know if we really have any to do. Yeah, not really. Kind of finished out our chest and back tutorials the way they were, and
Mary says we're cracking her up.
that we're cracking her up. Well, you got to keep talking when you're doing this. I mean, it's
We're
horrible.
comedians now.
I am a comedian. I'm really. It would be nice if we could get picked up.
I know, right?
That's what I'd really like, just to get picked up.
Share it. Put the word
Yeah,
out.
like,
Come
share.
view us.
I wish we could like do a like, share, win, and like really fulfill it, and suddenly boost us up to 10,000 viewers, and get YouTube to notice us. Maybe get some of the production departments to notice us a little bit. That we can really help out with your costume continuity. I didn't say that.
We can talk ad stuff.
Huh?
We can talk ads.
Yeah, ads. Oh, I can care less about ads and ad revenue. This isn't why we're really
YouTube
doing
famous,
this.
okay? Make us YouTube famous.
No, I don't want to be YouTube famous. I don't even want to be famous.
Infamous.
I just want, to do this like really professionally. And maybe be in the Lucasfilm storyboard advisory panel. I'd really like to be a part of that because I know more about Star Wars than anyone involved with a sequel trilogy.
More than Rian Johnson. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah. I mean, and I love Force Awakens. So sad that they forgot how to, do something as simple as write an outline. You're writing 3 movies. Don't you think you need to write kind of an outline, a rough draft, how all 3 of those should go? So you have some continuity. That really would have fixed it. Probably still wouldn't have been as happy as we could have been, but there is hope. There is another. That hope is the Mandalorian will continue on to be something decent, not just turn into too much fan service.
So here they got Timothy Oliphant.
Yeah, and I don't know why we're hearing all these weird casting things all of a sudden. I mean, is it just because there's nothing else for news? Steve, we appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be starting a black run pretty soon, but just looking at our stack of orders in our forming line, I don't know if we're going to have enough black for everybody, but we'll find out soon. We're about to finish processing the rest of our white going into next week, and we are moving on to that black because I'm feeling like we're getting a little behind on just basic kit production now. And we really are trying to keep our kits at less than 6 weeks so that at least y'all have something to do out there. You might think this is like a dream job. I don't know. I guess it is. I could be doing a lot worse, and honestly, I have done a lot worse. So, just thankful that we were able to continue working during these times that we dealt with, and, we didn't just crash into the ground. We really appreciate all our friends, our fans, our family, our tech help, our call-in help. It's a real team effort because our shop has always been the focal point and center point for our squad to meet up at, do armor parties and builds at. So, last thing we ever want to have to do is close the doors. We don't see that happening. We're trying to grow. 2020 was supposed to be a big year. We're not going to let this pandemic get it down. All right. I need to look up some measurements. See what we got. me look, as I don't know if we got a sheet back him yet or not. That doesn't sound familiar. Got Halsenbeck, Alexis Torres, Christopher Withy. Come on. Another one for Ethan Halsenbeck. What do I have two for Ethan? Oh, the old chart. Gotcha. That's right. Arnold Marshall and Chris Rowland. Okay. I guess Lisa didn't finish them, or we're still waiting on some emails to come back, so let's do a surprise call to a customer. How about that?
That's a good way to get subscribers. Have them start watching. If we call you live.
Yeah, I just saw an Etsy message pop through too. Justin Curie, if you end up seeing this. Okay, now my wife is saying she can hear us both just fine. So it's just Mary. It's Mary's fault.
She still says we're cracking her up.
Well, good. That means we're doing something right. We're doing something right.
Yeah.
All right. And see, I have my earpiece in. I've been listening to music so I don't go completely insane. But let's do a surprise call to a customer and see if he answers his phone. As soon as I remember how to work the phone.
Take this to the belt sander and clean it out.
Oh, well, I actually already had him in here. So I think that's why I don't have a measurement sheet, because I had actually already texted him. Oh, but is that the right number? Odd. All right, of course. Got the number. Don't want to announce it over the air. Let's see if we can give him a call. Aw. Got a voicemail. Hi Steve, this is Mike at 850 Armor Works. Was just calling you for a quick... Okay, it didn't let me leave a long message. Hi Steve, this is Mike at 850 Armor Works. My number is 850-449-5332. Just need a quick measurement of your stomach real quick so we can finalize your Shoretrooper build and move her on to paint. Thank you, sir. Okay. Well, we will put this in the stack to email. Double check this name. I just may not be able to finish up these avenues without getting measurement charts. Yeah.
Brandon's like, I love you guys. Jules is yelling, Daddy.
Well, start sharing. I'm still wondering why it says one concurrent user when I know we've had more users. Yeah. Share it on your Facebook.
I did.
Kids' Facebook. It's on our stuff. And yay, we reached 6,031 likes on Facebook.
6,031?
6,031. Last I looked, we were around 5,500. That shows you how much I actually look at the Facebook anymore other than making posts.
Yeah, the last one I saw was 53.
Yeah, I mean, and that's like all organic. I mean, we have had some like paid ads out there, but for like directing the website and whatnot, but we've never done any like, share, wins or anything. Thought about it a bunch. Ow! Ow! That is a chunk of flesh from super glue being ripped off. So this is why I get paid on average after taxes about $80 a day. Well, that's about it after taxes, and considering I work 6 to 7 days a week, yeah, I get to sit here for.
Riley's watching it now. My mother-in-law's watching.
Your mother-in-law's watching it,
Yep.
so they're watching us make total fools of ourselves.
Have other people subscribe, Riley, Angelina.
Yeah, subscribe. We need to hit 10,000 today.
10,000 subscribers, not the 6.
Yeah, we got to get the 10,000 mark so we can negotiate our advertising rates.
More content. What other content can we talk about when we're doing this?
Content?
Yeah, what other content do you want to talk about?
Well, no, I'll keep talking Star Wars, but really we need to set it up like the way that Logan had it inside with the podcast going.
Yeah.
Now, he needs to bring the podcast microphones out here. We need to get like plenty of fans blowing on us and that misting fan going. Set it up here with the Death Star backdrop. Put a little green sheet up there. And, you know, we can debate away. We have had so many good conversations about everything. And, like, even things I hear other YouTube people talking about later. Yes. Hi. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hi, LP Tim. Hi. Hi, Tim. Good enough.
I think it's my brother-in-law.
Oh, your brother-in-law. Yes. We do builds and costuming for a living. It is not all it's cracked up to be.
It's not glorious, but it's fun. It's definitely a break
And
from
Christina Shepard. That name sounds really familiar. I think you're waiting on a kit from us. It's probably hanging up over there with the back form stuff. I think Lisa talked to me about you a couple times. Name's just ringing a bell for some reason. So, thank you. Yes, again, we're getting on processing black as soon as we can. We've got, I'll call it just under a half a stack of white left to process, about 2 to 3 days of back forming for us to do as soon as we get the scheduled help for it. Tomorrow, we're going to be setting up our new CreateBot F430 printer. My son Logan is actually going to set up a couple of cameras. We're going to do an unboxing, setup, test prints, and then kind of get into some of our other prints in with it. There's not a lot of info out there on these CreateBot printers, but they are true production printers, bottom down, 300 by 400 by 300, no problem printing a whole helmet. I've already done several test files with it. So really looking forward to that. He'll be editing that into like multiple videos for us, so we can really show this thing off. They've got a bigger model called the D600. That's 24 inches cube build volume, and we really would like to build up to that. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to start a GoFundMe. Let's start a GoFundMe so we can buy a $10,000 3D printer so we can build do a chest plate in one shot and get it from print to mold and casting within 1 week. I would love to be able to do that.
flush on the top, or do you
Flush on the top, and I leave like a little hanging off the edge, like half an inch. If we need to pull up the CRL, we can.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Pull it up and look at their picture if you ever have a question. My knowledge can be hit or miss. We let Jessica walk around with her Shoretrooper shoulder bells transposed for a whole year. It took her finally submitting her costume to get it pointed out, because none of us paid attention.
The CRL actually shows the box. Look at that. It shows the box is like right next to the lid.
That may just be an angle picture right there. Yeah, leave about 3/4 of an inch, or cut a little extra off. I mean, you're a little extra wide, so there, that looks good right there. I like where you have that. So, yeah, pencil that. For you, that'll be better. If you need to trim up the side, that's fine. Supposedly, that's Mike Quinones' suit from Dark Side Closet. I thought he was the new model or something for the tanker.
That's actually Jim's.
Jim?
That's Jim's one.
Well,
fiberglass.
Oh, well, maybe he's one of the different versions or something. I'm so confused with the way they're doing these stinking CRLs. No, it is not my dream job. It really isn't.
Unless you consider nightmares.
Well, you know, cutting yourself on a daily basis, mental anguish, heat, fatigue, stress, over attention to detail, heat. You can tell summer's quickly approaching.
Did you mention heat?
Yeah, did we talk about the heat? because the heat is horrible and it's just going to get worse. You'll probably stop seeing me wear t-shirts and start going in just the Under Armour shirts eventually because it's getting that hot. I have done worse. This is fine. It's fun. I'm getting to do something I love and something I know. So this is the 4th startup for this, and will be the final startup for this. It is fully company, family controlled, and I am just a lowly, miserable, faceless employee. I really wish we could have some conventions come up again, though.
That'd be nice.
No, customers aren't really annoying. We wouldn't survive without our customers. Just period, end of story.
Just keep up with the updates.
It's like when communication is like so instant now that I'll just say the only annoying customer thing we might have is somebody a week later after placing the order asking for an order update. When for kits, it's like minimums 4 to 6 weeks. Builds are starting to push 6 to 12 months, depending on what they are, how custom they are. So, yeah, little things like that. Juggling our time and just exhaustion more than anything else. You'd think you could sit here and build armor all day, but you really just tap out at some certain point where you just can't do it anymore, no matter how much you want. So you just settle for the next day, like I did yesterday, and move on. No, we love our customers. The things that we don't love, arguing about millimeters. All right, I'm done arguing about. No. I don't even want to hear it.
No. 1 screw.
Oh. I thought you were gonna say something about like a post on Facebook or something like that. I was like, no, I don't want to hear about what millimeter. It's something being 27.5 millimeters instead of 26.85. Like, no.
When you do these boxes, because I got them glued in place,
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot it with a screw.
Yeah.
Like 2 screws or 1?
2. They're cheap enough. 1 will do it, but if the glue breaks somehow, all that's hanging off of is the screw. The second screw will make sure it doesn't go anywhere. We've done with these like EVA foam and glue in the past, and they'll pop off. So it's just easier. Yay, comments! And you're in Orlando, but yes, I'll actually be in Orlando here within the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're picking up a new Rotocaster from the guys at Stelter Creative Woodworks. Ryan over there, if you just look up Rotocaster on eBay, he's got the nice heavy-duty ones. Getting frame and frame design from him to replace our cement mixer. Be staying for a night, maybe 2 nights, don't know. Could be middle of the week, probably not a weekend thing. Yeah, Christina, we appreciate the appreciation of the hard work, because on top of that, I'm always looking to continually improve things as we go. Yep, that's it. And that's how they work. And throw it in that box.
Far left?
Yeah, just throw it. Throw it! We like our armor. It doesn't break very often. I'm gonna put these in on Lisa's desk so that we can get
This one goes
abdomen measurements. So I'm not making a France phone call. I did try calling Steven.
So we just need 1 box on the right side right here.
Yeah, 1 box on the right. Canister gets painted separate. Then the little canvas, the little nylon thing goes around it. Then it gets screwed in. Shoretroopers, man.
And really, these things aren't that hard to build. Let's see, who do we have? Let's see, 10. Annoying customer. Christina Shepard, yes. Oh, we got a bunch of people on now.
Oh, so much nicer being able to actually see.
I know, right?
Nope. Keyboard's being a pain.
What's that?
I don't know why the keyboard's being funky. I guess it did help that I shared the link. So just come find us on YouTube somewhere.
So we should be starting black plastic next week.
Doing what? I got to run through that white. I'm going to be testing Luke and Logan next week, running white plastic, seeing if they. Tomorrow's getting a little jumbled because of the printer setup thing, and JB be coming back in. You met him last week, right? Yeah. But he'll be coming in Monday afternoon with a helper to set up our security system.
There's a reason why I asked him to talk about that.
Oh, okay. Well, we do need a form, but I got to blow through that white before we can move on to the black. And then we'll blow through all the black and see where everything stands at that point. And still need the guy's info for that mud trooper. You shipped off the scout and a bunch of other stuff to him for that trade? Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard from him, so. What was his name?
Alan.
Alan? I was wondering if he sent me a Facebook friend request or something.
He probably did.
Huh?
He probably did.
Okay, yeah.
To be honest with you, I haven't been out online to talk to him just yet. Except he sent a message stating that the Jordan helmet and the backpack, one of the backpacks, is coming to get it shipped out on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
And
I mean,
3 jetpacks will be coming soon.
yeah, I mean, that set of ground crew, mud trooper sitting in there with the straps, it only needs the little detail parts.
That's what he said.
Yeah, and I didn't know how far he wanted us to really go with the detail parts, because some of it's like you could just model it yourself. You know, or if he even wants to use it, because even with our own helmet, I'm kind of like, you can 3D print better masks to use, and our base helmet's fine.
Yeah.
You know, the base helmet's fine, it's just the mask. I like that one we've been printing, and I've been trying to print those and send them off to kids.
Got mine. I haven't done anything with it. I can bring that in.
Did I print filters for that too?
I've got the filter caps.
When that new printer gets set up, we should be able to print, we'll be able to print 4 of them at a time. Pretty fast, and should be in better detail.
I wonder if there's going to be any sanding or smoothing out of the print lines.
Okay, well, Christina's asking a wonderful, pertinent question right now. Her question is, I'm 5 feet tall. Can I alter your kits to fit, or am I just too short? I'm hoping to match my husband as a Death Trooper one day. Well, you're in luck, because my wife Lisa is 5 feet tall. And we're working on a set of armor for her right now. We took some photos. I haven't been able to work on it in about a year. That poor girl, I've only done 1 costume for her since 2016. And I have like 3 things that are work in progress, and I've actually finished 4 or 5 things for myself. It was actually working out really well for her with a mix of kids and adult parts. We've kind of been trying to decline the kids' armor sales because I want to totally redo the chest and the back. The back plate mold is just too hard for us to pull the plastic off without damaging it. So I just wanted to redo both of those. But if we do a mix of those parts, it is very well possible. Now, what's really going to be fun about her, with her being 5 feet tall, she was going full-on specialist. Chest rig, pauldron, DLT 19X, absolutely everything at 5 feet tall. And I'll be standing next to her about 6'5" with the helmet, give or take. So right at Death Trooper height. And mine, I'm going to do custom with dual holster and akimbo pistols because I don't care. We're actually trying to do a whole little fire team for our Death Troopers in the area. And we're going to have like riot shields and special stuff for events. But pandemic kind of shelved a lot of plans. Yay. Oh yeah, her being 5 feet tall. Well, I feel for both of you. And I make fun of her all the time for having to bring out stools to reach the top level of the cabinet. conversely to that, yes, I get asked to get things off top shelves at the grocery store all the time, and I'm very much obliged to do it. I have no problem being tall. Problems with being tall is we tend to hit our heads on a lot more things, and that's worse than being short, trust me. Alright, couldn't get measurements for these two quite yet. I'm going to move on to doing some other things. These are in my pot. So you know what? We're fine. Get through it. Oh, yeah. Got our mini Sith helmet. Printed this on the CR10 with the Asus profile settings just to make sure that the file could print with the correct vertical teeth. Can't wait to print the bigger version of this in ABS and get it vapor smooth. I'll start cutting all these buckles off. These guys are really heavy. So, what I'm doing is updating some older sets with new buckles. I tried to pull these off to just do whole new straps, and that wasn't looking too possible. Now I get to figure out how in the world I'm going to cut them off. An oscillating tool would be nice right now, and I think that's actually one of the tools we don't have in the shop. I don't want to use the Dremel, but I may start it. Oh. Okay, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on. Hi, Eddie. We're on YouTube Live right now, so no, you're okay. Oh, gotcha. Appreciate it. All right, see ya. Bye. Yep, just one of our regulars saying he picked up something that he ordered the other day. Oh, whew, I'm gonna try the Dremel first, even though I have absolutely no hope in it. At least it may make a little leeway. Cool. Well, that's not the way to do it. That was neat, though. Kind of threw up some cobwebs. All right, plan B. Just kind of what I was figuring anyway. I'm gonna go grab the Sawzall blade. I had a bit of a feeling it was not going to be nice trying to get these off. Yeah, it's coming off. Not at the speed I'd like it to. I have to go get a glove. That's already tearing into my hand. Gloves right here. Oh, that's your tank.
Yeah. We might as well.
You're there, do it. Alright, so this is our lesson about don't try to use the Dremel wheel. Oh, I'm just talking to myself now. That's typical. so this is what I'm doing to these 3 sets of chest and back armor before they go in the tank. They have the old style buckles on. We cast some just new rubber buckles, so cut it off with a Sawzall blade, slowly but surely. I learned a lesson about using a fiberglass cutoff wheel on a Dremel. It made cobwebs. And this is was my last clean 850 shirt, so now I have nothing but 850 work shirts, which we really need to get some t-shirts in stock here. I know we owe somebody a t-shirt that we keep forgetting about, but that's just because I haven't ordered more t-shirts. So I'll sit down as soon as I can remember to and get a bunch ordered. Yeah, this is much better. Now we get to watch experiments and cutting your hands off in interesting ways. This almost would have been easier if we just passed all the buckle sets and I just ripped it off. I probably could have done it. Unless I can think of a better way to take these off. This is a fine-tooth blade that I got from detailing molds. It's not really intended to cut through this. But a thick blade wouldn't be any better. Yeah, it's fine. About to go look for another Sawzall blade, because this fine tooth is doing it, it's just taking forever. That, and I'm really hot. I'm gonna move that fan again. Oh crap, they move it blowing right on you. Uh-oh, COVID blade. Well, hopefully we're not picking up wind noise again. It's just too hot. Way too hot. I'll check our mic settings real quick. It's okay for the most part, I guess. Yay, it's pulling up. Excellent. Well, yeah, and we cast just some buckles. Just need to cut the old buckles off. so I can glue these down real well. Yeah, an oscillating tool would be very nice right now. Alright, I'm going to find a different way. That's working, but not going to be a long-term solution here. Not today. Well, I found a hacksaw. Maybe that'll help. Microphone? That was a microphone. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I knocked over the mic. Whoops. Just trying to get a good grip on it here. It's just odd. A good chunk of it just needs to finish up. There she goes. Yay! All that just to get an old buckle off. Now I'll take it to the belt sander in our dirty section to clean that up a bit more. On to number 2 of 6. I know Lisa sent me a text saying that she can hear us fine. Steve could hear us fine. I'm assuming Christina could hear us fine. So, I don't know what's wrong with Mary. Turn up your volume. Maybe we just didn't turn the mic around a bit, because I'm still trying to figure that thing out. Just killing me here. Yeah, this hacksaw's a lot better. Of course, this blade is probably 25 years old, so even with a better blade. Woo. Killing me here. Things I do for you guys, just so you look awesome for all of you. I'm gonna turn off the recording segment. I don't think my son needs anything else for tutorial today. Way too long of a video for that. You know, we stopped our recording, but we're still live. No more awkward intros unless you find something else to do a tutorial on real quick, but that wasn't really in the plans. We can talk about the Shoretrooper helmet, and I tell everyone the one silly question that we get all the time, but at least let me finish showing this off first and I'll take a break, and I'll talk about that. Just wanna hold you and love you and squish you forever and ever. Let's attack it this way. Oh yeah, now you're just tearing through. It's just the way you want it to be cut. Now, just for anyone rewatching a live video, this is not necessary. I'm only doing this to upgrade some suits that were done with some of our older straps a while ago before we send these over to paint. Since we've redone them and they've sat around so long, like, I think the tanker's going all the way back to December right now, which to me that's inexcusable. At this point, he's been done. I mean, he just needs a coat of white paint, slap his belt parts together real quick, and he goes out the door. Doing this upgrade, maybe if I order some t-shirts, we'll start sending you guys some t-shirts with your build orders or something. Yeah, Hacksaw's a lot better, but my carpal tunnel ain't liking it one bit. Even wearing the braces at night, there's only so much that does. Almost through. Alright, those are off, so those can go on. Oh man, gotta give my hands a break. So that's cutting off that, so we can get rid of these. Poor hacksaw. He's probably older than I am. And it's 2:45 already.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, we got a little late start. There's a lot of setup. That's okay. Alright, that's right. I want to talk about the Shoretrooper helmets for a minute. Because this is something that we get asked like as soon as somebody gets their helmets in. And it really is something that drives me nuts. I'm going to switch some views here. In fact, let's go ahead and just record it and talk about what we have to do to these stinking helmets. Oh, man. Yeah, I can see the fan going into the mic a little bit. See if I can kind of reposition it. It might be a little bit better for an intro. I should go over there. There and there, and there and there. See, you're working in a mirror when you're looking at yourself on the screen, and it gets things all confusing. So, I'm going to record a bit because I want to talk about some things with the Shoretrooper helmet. In fact, I'll wait for Kevin to really talk about it, if I can. Because there are some pretty important things. You can't see me. I am hidden. Hidden. Do y'all like the multi-views? Because this is really helpful. You know, it's just Streamlabs. And then we have little preset settings where we switch things around like that. I'm gonna replace the bench camera to match the other camera one day. You know, the bench camera still a hi. You know, it's still a good camera. I can't remember what that one is. Yeah, that's the C920, and the other one's the overhead camera here. Is a Brio, and it's been pretty good. Well, Kevin's doing stuff over there, so I'll just wait another few more minutes for him. Ah, what are you doing? What's that? Got tab. There we go. Looks like he's just sanding down some belt boxes right now for his suit. He'll be back over in a second. There you are. Just going to record a little bit and talk about some things with the Shoretrooper helmet. Especially since you had some time recently to work on these four. So we'll get to do an awkward introduction video. So yay, awkward introduction video time. That's everybody's favorite time, is awkward introduction video time. So, hi, Mike and Kevin here from 850 Armor Works, and we're just going to bring you a little brief video today to talk about some details on our Shoretrooper helmet kit. If you've received it from us, we're going to go over some common questions that we have, or that we have gotten, and some confusing things, give you the history on this helmet and its origins, and some things we still need to do to it, and some things that are actually even improving on it here pretty soon. So first things first, most people, whenever they get these helmet kits, the first thing that they'll notice is the two tabs back here don't line up with the tabs here or here. All right, this is the Sean Fields version 2 helmet, and we scaled it all up uniformly very slightly, and it still turned into a pretty tight helmet. And we originally printed out the visor scaled with it that would have matched perfectly into those holes. Let's get it right over here. So, but now you'll actually see they're more to the inside. So these mounts don't do anything anymore. If you're worried about it, you can sand it and fill it with Bondo, or just forget about it and just glue and screw right to the front there with the helmet. They really don't mean anything. If we ever redo this mold, we will be filling those in and making sure that all those kind of things are taken care of. It's really a non-issue. So other little fun things about this helmet, you're going to notice how thick it is at the collar. This is probably strongest, thickest helmet we've ever rotocast since we've been slush casting and rotocasting helmets since 2004, 2003 maybe, something like that. This actually has to do with the horizontal rotation of our cement mixer style rotocast machine. With the new rotocaster that we have coming in with a frame and frame, we'll be able to control that speed, and this will be less thick and a lot easier to work on in the future. Little things you got to deal with when you're cleaning up this helmet are the two scribe lines that run across the top. While you're sanding, there's a seam line here where the mold splits front and back. So you're going to have to come back in here to these lines, Dremel them up.
I say jeweler file works.
Yeah,
That's what I use.
yeah, he used a jeweler's file. You're just trying to sharpen up that detail. Now, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, you can come in and start filling any tiny little imperfections that you want, but I don't think that there's a reason that you should. Use the tiny little pits and imperfections that are in some of the spots in this helmet for recessed weathering and paint chips. That's just going to make it look better overall. Because I'll tell you, the one thing that I hate the most is a clean Shoretrooper helmet. Like, as soon as we get done painting a Shoretrooper helmet and putting all the lines on it, I just think it looks terrible. But once we start weathering it up and put a wash on it, it's suddenly a beautiful helmet. So it's just one of those things that requires weathering in one way, shape, or form. Another thing about the kits, we don't include eye lenses because that is end user preference. We use really cheap replacement green shields that give you horrible visible quality, and I wear glasses, so I'm blind underneath my helmets on top of being blind. I'd recommend going with like a replacement motorcycle helmet lens for optical clarity, cut that to size, or just order a lens from another vendor. Flat sheet works just fine. A real thin acrylic would be fine. That's about all I can really think of for a lens off the top of my head. Little things you're doing when you're prepping the helmets. We talked about it earlier today though. Drill out this hole because the 3D printed mouth part here is all separate and glued on after, so you can put a little fan in there to blow air up in from the inside so it gives it a draw point, or put a little speaker in for a sound system and people can hear you talk out of it. You got anything you can think of? Any issues? Shoretrooper helmet, ATCT helmet?
The only pain that I had was that collar.
Yeah, just being thick. And
honestly, what I did, I'm going to come behind you here.
Oh no! I mean, we took it to the belt sander with some really coarse grit, the tabletop belt sander, and went around at it. Just the coarser the grit, better. Yeah. But it makes it a really good, solid handhold.
You know,
hard to work on, but once it's finished, it's nice.
If you've got a Dremel bit, you're going to cut this portion out and then start drum sanding it down this way. If you've got a belt sander, it works so much quicker with 80 grit. But if you have just the Dremel,
I think I bought like
I went through
36 grit or something over there.
I went through so many of those little things just to get it. But once you do it, you're going to take I took the palm sander and started sanding this down because you want to make sure you get that, because there's going to be a little weird lip that sits right here. But once you get
it's
it down,
supposed to be a flat, and that's all painted black underneath.
The lens was actually pretty decent. I mean, it's self-explanatory as far as...
The lens ends up being really thin because when you're rotocasting a helmet, any sharp detail is always going to end up being the thinnest because it's the hardest to pick up. So the lens actually ends up being the thinnest thing. If I hold it up to the light, I can't I don't know if the camera really picks it up. I think the shadows really mess it up. But if you hold it up to the light from the inside, you can see all the corners and the sharp angles. That's where rotocasting fails a little bit. It doesn't mean that it's not sturdy.
Oh, no, it's thick.
Because it's plenty thick, and it should fit a wide variety of head sizes without an issue. I'm a Stormtrooper!
Now, some of the helmets will come with the flashing, and that's basically where the molds come together. That's very easy to get off. Just a nice little coarse grit, and then spine grit, sand it down so it'll get rid of any type of lines that you see.
Yeah, most of it comes off with just regular sandpaper. The flashing is normal. That's where the seam line is. The more molds I make over the years, the better those seam lines end up getting. And usually when they come out of the mold, for the most part, they flake right off. The rest is done with sanding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's really it. That's all I have to say about our Shoretrooper helmet kit if you're picking one up. If you're waiting on a finished one, well, these are some of the reasons why it takes so long to get one of these helmets out of us, because we really put a lot of work into them to make sure we have quality, long-lasting helmets. That's about it for me. So thanks for tuning in for another one of our insightful videos about our products, and we hope to see you next time. Hi, and welcome back to our live video.
Hey, Cal. Hey, Ash.
Quit recording that one.
I gotta get me a belt.
Lisa's got to sew them up. We do have the black material. We actually already have them sewn up. I was mistaken when you asked me before because I just brain farted on that one. I swore that I told her to sew up a bunch, and she did, and because I told her I needed them for these builds, and then we got distracted doing other things.
We have the resin buckles and pyramids.
That's all up front in the boxes. I don't think we have any buckles, but we have pyramids.
And stripped plastic.
There's a pile of them somewhere. I think they're inside. And back over. Darren Stocks is there. Hi, Darren. Sorry if we missed you.
Hey, Darren.
We are just recording a little live video to talk about the Scout Trooper helmet kit. I guess I'm going to move on into doing some legs now. Kevin's looking for some parts for his suits. No, I'm not. I have to keep cutting buckles off. Oh, I'm so sad. I really don't want to keep cutting these buckles off. They hurt my wrist so bad. Alright, I'll keep cutting them off. Then I'll take a break. I really should have taken a break. I really should be taking a break now and make Kevin entertain y'all. That would be better for me and my well-being, trust me. My hand is killing me after cutting these buckles off. So Darren, if you missed it from earlier, it's just cutting off some of the old rubber buckles from some builds we were doing before they go into paint to replace them with the new style of buckles. And it just killed my hand doing the first one. I got 2 more sets to do, and if I get to it today, I've got 2 sets of leg straps to put on Shoretroopers, and we'll have a bunch of stuff readying up for paint, hopefully before the end of next week, because we got to get on some forming runs. And I think I'm probably going to take Monday off. I'm here working 15 days straight right now, and I'm tired. Yeah, give me a 5-minute break while I hand y'all off to Kevin. Darren Stocks is here. He's a regular. He's bought a bunch of stuff from us. I'll just move the microphone over to you in case. Make sure it picks you up. I'm going to take a breather.
What do you want me to talk about?
I don't know. I can yell over too, or maybe if I switch over our view, it can hide me a little bit better.
Well, all I'm working on is just another bunch of belt stuff for my own personal tank trooper, and that can go universal for Shoretrooper as well. This is the little back strip piece that's going to have the thermal detonator, which I've already built already. All I'm trying to do is put in a little bit of a curve to this, so whenever it goes, it fits. Now, I'm a little wider girth now.
You're not that bad.
I'm not that bad, but
Armor slims you out.
I tell you what, though, I am looking forward to the other stuff soon. So yeah, it's just working with the plastic. Just nice. Get a nice little curve to it. You know, just work on the plastic a little bit till you get that nice little curve. And you can do that. You can achieve that in several ways. You can try to roll it up on itself. You can just keep working on it, like I'm doing, kind of slinky. If you're doing a slinky.
They won't really be able to hear me, but you can talk about how we don't vac form it to save space.
Yeah, that's a good point. We do not vac form that piece. It's to save space on the vac form for more important items that need to be vac formed. You know, it doesn't need to be vac formed curve. It's just a piece of plastic that you're going to bend. You know, and as you can see, it starts to get a pretty good bend to it. You just work on it so you can get either the amount of bend that you really want with it. So the other thing that we'll end up doing is once we get it on there. All right, so you've got your thermal detonator. You've pretty much done the same thing to this. I let mine sit for 24 hours overnight. I rolled it up upon itself, took some clamps and let it clamped and rolled up upon itself. So whenever I take and undo it in the morning, still got that nice curve. Glue my seam lines together, put my caps on there, get those glued. So this is all now one piece. I like to take the seam where I've butted it together. I put that one down on the belt strip. I look at it, try to eyeball it and see what's my center point. I need to leave enough room for whenever I go ahead and do my belt boxes onto those as well.
Excuse me, there is a message for you.
Okay. And then I'm going to take a little drill bit. I'm going to make a little bit of hole so when I go to do my screw, it goes in there the way I need it to. Check, check, and recheck. And the type of screws that we're using right here, these little flathead screws, they're, what is it, 1/2 inch?
Yeah, give or take. Half, 3/4. Little pan head.
Yeah,
Screws.
pan head screws.
Nice and full flush.
And you screw it in there as such. Realign everything because it's going to need to. All right. Ooh, hit the mic. I think, of course, when you're done, there you go. Oh, that one didn't take in. It's okay. Huh.
What?
The drill bit broke.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
There's a box of them over there.
There we go. All right, so I need to go straighten out 2 boxes real quick. I'll be right back.
Hello, it's back. Oh boy. There's the microphone.
Oh, honey. Mr. Fuscos now. We gonna be together forever and ever, honey.
Come on, wake up. Go back over to base for a second. You're being a little slow.
So, I'm going to do tonight.
Oh, well, he's on the phone. Let's make a couple of quick Facebook posts, trying to get some people to join our room here, inviting our squad, and posting it to my personal Facebook page. Wow, Facebook looks weird. I haven't been on it in a while. I really haven't. I just don't do the social medias, guys. I'm sorry. I just can't do it.
So I'm just finishing up this last bit. I'm done.
Nope. Well, my dad's back. Looks like he's using a dumpster. And he's not.
So just give me a few minutes. Alright. I want to do short in the comments.
Well, back to cutting off old buckles then.
So Mary was calling to let me know that she has a transfer that was going to Miami.
Okay.
She accepted it, but now it's being postponed until Monday. I don't know if she really wants to drive in that weather.
Oh yeah, isn't there a tropical storm coming off the East Coast?
It's coming. There's something coming.
Is that the one that they were going to name?
I don't know.
You know, it's kind of lost in all the other garbage media we have going right now. I mean, I really don't want to get into politics, but this thing that Biden said the other day, I don't even want to repeat it. It's just like, who do you think you are, you dirty old white man? You know, saying what he said.
He knows he said wrong because now he's back.
I mean, maybe he misspoke or words came out. Like, I do it all the time where my words are coming out faster than my brain is thinking it, and my brain is thinking ahead and meaning something else. I understand that. But I'm not running for president.
True.
You know, I don't know. I hate politics in general now. Well, this one seems to be easier. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm just more rested. Does Mary need me to come home?
I will in a minute, yeah. But we've only got that other vehicle because...
Yeah, reasons. Malfunctions. Hey, I got lucky. I got tires the other day at Ham's. They were only $223 out the door. Used set of Goodyears, all matching. Fixed the shaking in the front right. Feels like a whole new ride for an 03 4Runner. Yeah, I need to see if Logan and Luke can help run plastics starting Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to come in on Memorial Day. I'm going to be here all day tomorrow too, and tomorrow is going to be a interesting day. I'm wondering if we should run it live and record it, just so you can see our antics. We did have another business phone call I wanted to make about that today too. You know, because I think we should really be doing a podcast.
I do too.
You know, we can sit here for 2 hours easily and discuss 8 different topics for 10-minute apiece videos. Easily. Get you, me, James together and... You know,
Blind crew does it.
like sitting out of camera now, actually doing this. Quite used to my stage or where they should be. I do love our Death Star. Certainly glad we don't have to move it in and out of the Pensacola Civic Center anymore.
Why is that?
That thing is heavy. It was just a pain to load up and set up and repaint every time, every convention. Yeah, they're very nice. All it does is cover up your attachment of the belt. That's its sole purpose.
I'm just gonna do these. You can use like a little piece of nylon so they can kind of move.
I'm sorry? I've experimented with it multiple times with multiple failures. The best way to do it though is to notch it. Have you glued the wood in? It is? Alright, well, notch the tab through there, run the nylon in there, and then glue the nylon to the box. That should work. But then again, we're the two morons that were sitting there trying to figure out how to tie a TV to a cart earlier. So, you know, and I've like played with the hinge system multiple times and failed and just said screw it and glued it. Because other than hindering you from sitting, like seriously. Oh yeah, these are a nightmare for me right now, man. It's just because of the updated buckles. And these 3 suits that have been sitting here waiting for paint had the old buckles installed, and they're pretty darn permanently attached here, so yeah. And I got carpal tunnel, and sometimes I just lose my grip. That's it. I'm done. So I gotta wait until my nerves restore, and then I'll be back in action. Yeah, those bell hinges. I'm just not a genius when it comes to that. This is my stuff. I do plastic. I don't do that engineering. I can do armor engineering. We have other people for that. No, we don't. We just fake it until we make it. That's all we can do. That's all any of us can really do. What Tesla did. Then he made Tesla coils and electrocuted people. Nah, it's not that bad. It's really probably just a crappy blade that's 20 years old. Because, you know, how many times have I used a hacksaw in the past decade? Not many. Because there's not really many reasons to. I have rotary tools, but rotary tools caused spider webs on this earlier, and it was really weird. So forget about it. Just hacksaw it off, deal with the pain. This one's actually not hard at all. That first two I did were nightmares. Maybe it's just all about the entry angle with this rubber and being able to pull it back like this. That really helps it from getting in a bind. I'm still going to take it over to my handheld belt sander with a real coarse grit and flatten them out for the buckles to be glued back on. Just want to make sure that our stuff is right. You know, I really should save that. It's actually a really good rubber buckle. Use that for a ground crew. This is all I'm trying to do, is just, you know, make it nice and pretty. Let me check what we are here. Yeah. That's it. I'll just be patient and wait for YouTube to actually refresh, since I'm looking at the delay. There's me throwing the rubber buckle. Everybody say it with me. Rubber buckle baby bumpers. Rubber buckle baby bumpers? There we go.
Rubber buckle baby bumper?
Rubber buckle baby blubbers. Rubber buckle baby blubber bubbers. I don't know. This is what happens when you work in isolation. So probably terrible camera shots. See it better going that way. So just a replacement of the buckle. That's all I'm doing with these 3 sets. So you can see the difference. So that all those children that take pictures with us will no longer be ashamed of taking pictures with us because we don't have the correct buckles. I'm doing quotation mark thingies that you probably can't see.
Thank you,
Correct buckles.
Thank you, Pathfinders.
You know, no, I'm not blaming them. Pathfinders have actually been really good about it. Actually, the Pathfinders left the language very broad, and I appreciated that very kindly. whenever I compared the 3 CRLs at the time among the Death Trooper, Tankers, and Shoretroopers, sorry, switching some views. Yeah, whenever I made comparisons of all the different chests and backs and the way they say they're supposed to go together, like I did the seamless on this one. It's like the only reason I even did it is because I just happened to pull up the CRL and I saw it was new and I just went, what? So I've got recordings of the rant of that I have not published, and with screen shares and shots and showing the violations of their own rules of saying this is not a how-to guide, and it was just a nightmare, man. So yeah, all in the sake of children getting their pictures taken with us. We're plastic spacemen playing dress up in a fictional universe. Come on, I'm 39. You're 46? 45, 46. We dress up in white plastic spaceman armor. I don't care if it's that buckle or that buckle, or if my paint shade is a quarter of a Pantone off, or isn't Toyota Super Red, when I'm sorry, red is red as long as it's not pink or maroon.
Oh, use this blue, but you have to have an aging spray. Or it's
yeah, I'm not going through a 16-step painting process. That is,
if it looks the part,
that is utter garbage. And then, I mean, for the people that pulled up the texture thing though, the textured paint, it's like, okay, here's why the paint's textured. Because they did a crap job painting it. There, I said it. They left flakes and overspray. Who cares? We're not doing this to armor. We don't need to be. And especially stuff on the back. Come on. Come on. If detail that's rarely seen. How often do we take pictures from our behind, our rear? Well, thanks for keeping me company. Now I get to rave like a maniac.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, well, tomorrow we'll be up front. I'll probably be in early because I gotta start rearranging the front to make some space. I might try to bring the computer cart inside so that we have those 2 cameras. Logan has 2 cameras. He may leave one stationary. He may carry one around. He may just set 2 up on tripods. We've got the audio. It's going to be a fly-by-wire day. So, yeah, it's our first unboxing video. Like,
Are we going to do anything else tomorrow besides the unboxing one?
Well, JB's going to be here, and honestly, I planned on backforming because, like, literally, I made the post on Instagram and Facebook yesterday, and it uploaded whenever I heard DHL back up, because I had just gotten off the phone with DHL about the package for the second time, because for some reason it went from the Cincinnati hub to the Kenner, Louisiana hub, New Orleans area, back to Cincinnati, and then to Nashville, and then to Kenner, and then ended up on the dock for a whole day and never got updated. And they were doing tracking and tracing and stuff, so I kind of gave up, made the post, and said, all right, we're going to live video stream, do some tutorial stuff, interact with anyone out there that wants to listen to us. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
So, before I go, I was talking about the last Death Trooper stuff.
Yeah.
There's a reason I'm trying to get into it.
Yeah.
That's something wrong with the embedders. Not the embedders, Redmond.
Okay.
I think he does a lot of Vader stuff. My kids.
Oh, okay. So what does he need?
Oh, no, I mean, I told him I was giving it, I was pulling my own Death Trooper armor.
Okay.
And he was my kind of friend of his Death Trooper armor. So I told him, I said, I'll trade you what I'm getting for a brand new outplate and a helmet. And something else. He's like, cool. So that's what I'm trying to get.
Well, one thing at a time. You know we're working cyclically.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so much we can do. I got to bust through that white. I don't know. It depends on how we want to do the unboxing and everything tomorrow. There may be, if Mark and Brian are coming over and they're involved. I mean, JB's going to be here. I'm the only one that has the mold layouts and everything in my head, and the only one that can run point on the machine.
Right.
So, and obviously I can't be in two places at once. We're working on that. Cloning. Secrets only the Sith knew. I thought there was a whole war about
We
that.
should do a whole little internship thing. Like people, all right, who wants to do an internship over here?
Oh, do you realize how picky I am about
Other people?
quality and the things that come off that machine? That's why we have 2 Gaylords and a giant box or 2 full of B-grade parts over there. And the only reason that we're not offering them out to the public is because we haven't sorted them yet.
I know.
And we need to make room.
There's a couple people that have actually asked if we had those.
Oh, I know, but we got to get them all sorted first. We even got Sith Trooper prototype parts that I'd be willing to send out for people to see.
We should
But
really offer an incentive for subscribers for like, say if we reach this one, whoever makes this as our subscriber, you'll get a B-grade suit.
oh, Cashman, you could go.
Is that?
Cashman said to get back to work. Well, you should have come over when I sent you those pictures this morning.
Oh, he's about to go on summer vacation. Are you doing
Well,
summer school?
He essentially already is. He has to grade papers once a week, probably. You know, check in on Zoom calls on his kids. Unless I haven't checked in on him like that to see how he was doing schools. They're just going by the way my kids did schools. Our daughter had to be homeschooled again by her mother, my wife, which she had just entered the semester at the start of the year in school from being homeschooled, which wasn't working.
Oh, 3 of those people online, trust me, that was...
And, yeah, my son in high school, he just has assignments due on Sunday, and he's loving it. That's his dream come true. He hated going to school. He is just like me. He'd rather go to work. Get your assignments done, pass, and get your butt to work. No summer school? Okay, yeah, last week for you. I think it was, this last week is the last for my kids. We're good there.
So he's free all summer. Come on, man.
Well, he's got the Hermit's Cave going, so let me give him a plug there in our chat. Actually, Cashman, you need to throw out links for Hermit's Cave in our video, because that's what this is all about. If Quinones would, pay attention and quit doing photo shoots of his little Mandalorian, then, he could, post up links too, because we all work together on the Gulf Coast. And we have Indalos Cosplay, Luella, she's awesome out there. She joined us on a bunch of Twitch streams before when James was doing them.
He does have a good-looking Mandalorian.
Yeah, it needs to be more weathered. That's about all I'll say right now. But he didn't listen to me on principles of 3D printing, of why make one when we make more, which is the whole point. It's like, dude, if you're already going to finish one, just bring it over and let's make the molds. You got me started on the whole R1TK project, then poof, disappeared on us, and that's why it took an extra year to get done.
I think the person you got the files from says no one can make the molds, that's why.
Well, no, that's fine, but we can also work out an agreement with somebody too.
I think his name is Chris.
Well, any way, shape, or form, we have Mark doing 3D art. We have our own artists out there too. I really wish my sons would take it up, because I don't have time to do anything beyond some of the basic stuff we need for replacement parts.
Alrighty. I'm getting out of here.
All right.
So,
Well,
bye, y'all.
Kevin's saying bye. I am still doing work. Yeah, Cashman, you need to throw your links up there for Hermit's Cave. Let's do our plugs. Be sure to search Facebook for our friends. Silence cave, the dark side
Closet.
closet.
Bladen's props.
In
Bye, Kev. See you, Cashman.
those cosplay, Imperial Arms 3D, which we're working on a Scout Trooper helmet project here with him.
One of those.
Yeah. Have you seen his? You haven't seen the Imperial Arms 3D Scout Trooper helmets?
I'll look it up tonight.
Yeah, look it up because we're going to be doing the contract manufacturing for
Awesome.
it. Yeah, he's setting up the prints and getting the masters over to me. So resins.
Probably need to
back
look into the
form.
soft parts too, because I know how the CRLs on that one with the
Well, which one?
for the biker scout.
Oh, it's simple though. You get your flight suit from Wampa Cave and do a cummerbund with vest. Indalos can do it. It's a modified Mandalorian vest. Ed Pugia, costume junkie, and I prototyped the very first one even before there was a
Remember
Pathfinders.
that.
I was sporting that thing before anybody.
I need to find the flight suit for the Mandalorian because I want to do the silver version of that one. So, all right, bud. I'll see you guys. See you, Mike.
Bye. I guess break time's about to be over for me, and I'm going to be back to sawing off old style buckles. Only 3 more to go. And then I'll go to clean up, do a little bit of gluing. Oh, I got to gauge my time today. Because I get paid salary. I work 7 days a week. But it's okay. This is like my second home. Now Kevin's not that way anymore. I may have to go redirect my fan just to make sure it's not blowing right on the microphone here. Give me a second to do that. All the what? I'll be right back. All right. Oh yeah, the carpal tunnel when trimming your TK armor. Yeah. Well, I'll talk about my wonderful sets of tools over here that I've discovered recently because they finally started making good shears. So, like if we talk about my shears, I'm sorry, we're in. I gotta look at myself in real time when we're doing this. The first set that I love is the Craftsman Straights from Lowe's. They're awesome. I don't know if there's a right hand and a left hand. It would be nice if there were, because sometimes it gets a little odd. Now, actually, before anything, I do all my primary. Got your text, Chris. I do all my primary trimming on the bandsaw with a 1/8 inch, 14 or 15 teeth per inch blade. It's on a 14-inch Craftsman bandsaw. And just the basic parts. This is how they come out. And then I task one of my sons with sanding all the burrs that we get from that. They sand that off. And then I start the assembly process on it. Some of those parts go over to the belt sander to be like straightened out and flattened out. So then, like whenever I get to the workbench with the armor, that's where these come in first. These were the second things that I picked up. They were at Lowe's too, a set of Fiskars. They said they could cut through sheet metal, so yeah, that definitely goes through plastic. This is great at getting like little nips and stuff. I usually just razor blade these, but this will go through just fine on this one. Even straight cut, easy cleanup. These are great little shears. Then I was at Lowe's. I'm at the hardware store, what feels like every other day, but since the Great Plague, I've been trying to limit those trips and consolidate them a bit more. I bought these as a flyer. They're Fiskar Pro Power Arcs. They cut thinner plastic pretty well. I really use these more for like nylon, because usually I use a razor blade for nylon, or cutting just heavier stuff like sandpaper, trimming other odds and ends off. It'll trim the rubber just fine. Yeah, let's try it on some rubber. So yeah, here's my first time ever using these on rubber. Like this. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. They're a little thick anyway. They're going to go to the belt sander later. Get flattened out a bit. Yeah. Yeah, these are great. And online shopping at Northern Tool. Saw these. They're Fiskar Pro Power Arcs. I don't remember all the specs on them. They were just kind of neat. I think they were like $22, $23. They seem like a good combination with a spring load. They weren't quite as strong on just, you know, plastic as these were, but sometimes you don't need it. This is a little bit more butter-like. This is a little bit more like hard butter. This is a little bit more like butter you had out in the dish. But other thing I do like about these, they actually don't have a lock function, I think. So, because sometimes the lock function gets really annoying, going back and forth. Yeah, those are my favorites in cutting tools for the workbench. Beyond that, we got our basics, Dremel tools with various cutoff wheels, sanding discs, grinding whatchamahoozitzers. Just pick up a bunch of junk for Dremels. Palm sander, and then we have our belt sanders. Keep a dirty one on the back end of the shop now, because we've been on a mission to do all our dirty stuff, blow the fans out, keep the dirt and dust down in here. And then I've got my little belt sander right over there that's out of view of the camera right now that I use for plastic and whatnot. And then that goes to palm sander. So yeah, let's see if we have any other questions. I had to get off that live view. There we go. Yay, I just rambled on. Thanks, guys. So yeah, I will. That was my little tutorial guide. I wonder if I was still recording all that, because we did have people asking many times what materials and whatnot do we use. Let me see. Am I recording that? Wasn't recording that? No, I wasn't recording that, but it'll be on live. I think we can make snippets or something. So cool. Logan can do that, I hope. And let me move that fan one more time. It may be causing some interference. See, this is what happens whenever we deal with things when you're running live and trying to direct yourself. Seems like it's still picking up some fan noise, but I think it's picking up the fan noise that's blowing off my shirt. So I'm going to move the fan back a little bit more, because it is just right on. Well, hopefully that's the solution to all our problems, live streaming. Yay, live direction, live streaming. This is probably why they have 50 cameras at sports arenas and multiple directors and all those fun things that go along with it. Back to my favorite part of the day today, cutting off more buckles. That other one wasn't so bad. Hopefully this one will be just as painless. Yeah, I hate rambling on like a moron, but if you're tuning in, you've emailed, you've talked to us, and you're asking, hey, where's my stuff? I've been waiting such and such weeks. It's like, you know, we're really apologetic, guys. It's just everything going on screwed up our timetables and timelines, and it just is what it is. So we had to kind of rework everything we're doing because of lack of man hours. And trust me, we tried to hire multiple people, but it just wasn't taking. So, you know, we draw up a plan, we try to focus to it. We were trying to keep up with some monthly calendars, but that kind of like stopped almost immediately because like we went on lockdown about as soon as we were ready to make our next calendar because everything was up in the air at that point. So yeah, I mean, we're just sitting back here working. Trust me, look in the background. We've got plenty of armor that we're working on for y'all right now, and it's kept our lights on. We appreciate it. It's kept food on the table. Honestly, these aren't that bad with the right tool, and once you get the hang of it. Just a little painful is all. Definitely pulling back on it helps. Releases a lot of the tension. Through this, y'all can also see some of the abuse this armor really takes, or can take. I mean, this is before it's even been worn. Yeah, that other way was a little better. Almost there. Woo! Yeah, that was a little cut. Oh, goodness. Kyle Hurley, why are you sending me a photo? Ah. Very good. Kyle Hurley, one of our old faithful employees, has 2 of our old FT5 printers, and so he just started printing ABS off one of them. Yay! Nice to see that those things are still in action right now. Whew. Almost through this buckle here, and then 2 more to fight through. A little bit of belt sanding, I'll be off camera. We're on the dirty side. Then I'm gonna get these installed and call that a day because I'm pretty tired already and this is getting extremely painful right now. I'm gonna have to deal with whatever camera angle I can give you because I need the angle to cut more than to show y'all because this isn't really something that I think y'all should have to do. This is just something we're doing if you already have an approved set or if you didn't glue down your shoulder straps quite as much as these were. Boop. Boop. A lot to chunk off with a belt sander, but that sure is a lot easier than doing it any other way. Oh, if I didn't build such good armor. Oh, just, you know. Well, you got a good frame. All right, last 2, wish me luck. Because I am tired of this. And that's not even a flesh wound. Just took my top layer of skin off. I have much, much worse battle scars than a little nick from a hacksaw. Got my lucky thumb here that had a run-in with a table saw in August of 2005. That was a very fun Dragon Con, by the way. Yeah, about the extent of it is, it just wants to, it cuts through fine until the rubber starts to collapse on itself and it kind of puts itself in a bind, so I'm having to pull so that it's easier to saw it off. That's about the only real issue with cutting these off, and the fact that I'm battling grip, you know, grip strength. And when your body just says you can't grip it anymore, you just can't grip it anymore. There's nothing worse than carrying a drink and just plop, just dropping it for no reason. It's horrible. Do it all the time. I shouldn't be putting in this kind of work, Ethan. This is like beyond what we really should be doing. This is like, if I just would have waited or not glued these down as well, I could have just replaced the whole shoulder straps and this wouldn't have even been an issue, and I would have been doing something more fun and important like putting the leg straps on, because those are good and ready to go. And they're really not that hard. My proudest achievement is probably speed building the set that I wore for Celebration 2017. My original right Shoretrooper shin assembly for my Shoretrooper. I put the buckles on the wrong side. So I think I already had the machine warmed up between forming the sheets, trimming, sanding, and luckily already having another set of straps and buckles ready. Total time to build was 45 minutes because I was rushing to paint because I had to get that tan on there that afternoon, that night, and start laying the blue the next day. So yeah, I can speed build one, but I don't prefer to. Yeah, I'm wondering if that was with our old straps too. Those 2017 suits were odd. That was kind of a transition suit. Well, okay, Ethan. Look, if you've got an Novos ABS helmet and your body size and everything works with it, by all means go with it because it's lightweight, it's injection molded, you can drop it, it's already detailed. I don't know what the market prices are on them right now. We recently just found out that the Black Series TK helmets are going for $250 a pop, and we have a few suits to build that require those helmets, so it looks like we're making our own here soon because that's just outrageous. I guess it's supply issues we have with China. Anyway, now the resin helmets for the FN armor, they're fine, but the Anovos helmet's really roomy. It's lightweight, so you'll have room to put your fans and your speaker system in there if you want to. So I highly recommend it if you get your hands on it. Now, if you're a smaller frame guy, I've got your chart right here. Let me just look you over. No, you're roughly my size, so no, the Novos helmet's actually perfect for you. Any of the picture albums that we have up on the Facebook page with the heavy weapons trooper, that was me wearing it. I'm 6'2". At the time, I was probably around 230 pounds, give or take. That's around October 2017, maybe. I can't remember. I first wore the suit to a convention in Mobile that I'm already forgetting the name of because it was a one and done con, apparently. Even though it was a great setup. Great convention center over there. Ethan, what do you mean by ABD there? I'm not following. There she is. Get off. Get off. Strong rubber. Hey. One to go. I'm not sure with your question's phrasing, Ethan, about a painted ABS helmet for First Order Stormtroopers. I'm not aware of any that are out there, and the First Order helmet, even with my experience, isn't one that I would recommend for setting up for backforming because there's just too many fine details in it. Well, I'm good. Yay. I do support Anovos, even though Yeah, Novos, if you're watching, that Executioner helmet that I ordered on Labor Day of 2017, where is it? Because it was supposed to be in my hands by Last Jedi, and then it got delayed, and then delayed and delayed and delayed. And then it's like you come out with other products, and that kind of makes your customers feel bad. Even when you did offer me a refund, you know, the card had expired, and then you never answered back when you said you'd send a check. So, come on, guys, what's up? I really do promote your products. I really love your TK helmet. I think it's a perfect helmet, and wish y'all would get things together with your armor. But that's a whole different can of eggs. Yeah. I mean, dude, I swear, when I was first messing with armor in the late 90s, we didn't have scissors like this. You know, we had like Dremel tools, and that's what got me onto the bandsaw, was the lack of availability to cut fresh formed armor. And cool fact, back in the day, we actually used to pre-trim all of our suits and ship them out like that at very fair prices, but now there's just not time to if we want to keep it affordable. Which, trust me, I'd love to be able to have armor pre-trimmed out there ready to go. That would make everyone's life a lot easier. Just me cutting it on the bandsaw and letting my kids sand the burrs off is, you know, frees up a lot of time just for me, because that's a hour and a half long process in itself, minimum. That's before I even get to put the first part together. And then I throw them all up there and it kind of goes in a whirlwind. That's why I like to start with the easy parts first. It makes you feel accomplished and just gets it done. And then move on to your more complex things, which really even aren't that complex. Thank you for being my last buckle I have to cut off. I will be putting a temporarily on hold banner up whenever I go over to the dirty area and start belt sanding these, because that'll take a little bit. So I'm just about through here and definitely glad that this part is over. Whew. Come on now. Same as the last one. Just a tiny bit at the end. Man, some tough stuff. There we go. Yay, beautiful. Like a glove. Woo! Oh, yeah. I mean, when the Novos came out with their "we're not going to give you refunds" policy anymore, I kind of gave up. I think it was on sale for the helmet I bought for $275. So whatever, you know, it happens. I know some things because somebody has told me some things that knows things and knows people, but it's not my place to repeat things. I'm not a gossiper. This isn't the place to get your tea. That's just not my thing. But there are some things that supposedly tie their hands, and I can understand that. But, you know, just the sheer fact that a lot of us are still waiting on stuff just kind of stinks. Ooh, my hands just don't like those right now. We'll go with the big ones. I can trim these up before I go to the belt sander. And just for the record, this isn't like what I actually sit here and do all day. A lot of days it is what I sit here and do all day. But the only reason I get to do YouTube live like this is it's a weekend and we have a lot of in and out traffic sometimes, so we'd be going on abrupt pauses and it would just be really dumb and silly to run it like that. Plus, more people are free on the weekend to come in and say hey. Yeah, I can't say I have much of a routine, but you know, there are days where I come in and start one thing right off and do 50 other things throughout the day, and that first thing is not done yet. And that just annoys the tar out of me. That was pretty nice. Nice. And these are just castings into our full strap molds. We just fill it up partially so we could replace just the buckle. Not being cheap, just they're glued down for the most part. I'd rather not cause more damage taking something out since I actually secured them down so well. These will stay just fine because it's urethane rubber. And we don't use mold release on these at all. They go into silicone molds. And the urethane rubber does heat up, but it doesn't heat up hot like urethane resins do and destroys molds. So we've been using some of the same molds, at least for the ankle straps, since our first debut of the one-piece ankle strap with the molded in ski buckle. Those are actually getting repoured here really soon because I'm surprised they've survived that long. We're also still using our upper ribbed kind of strap for the upper calf. Still the same molds, trucking strong after at least since 2016. They're due. Wouldn't hurt. We'll probably set up the new printer and do something. I'm gonna run this on hold, make a little note where we are and why I'm on hold because I'm using the belt sander for a bit. Let's see, what time is it? 4 p.m. Central. Alright, so that's me having to do that thingy there. And we have a hold message, so I'm going to just go on hold here for a little bit and mute the microphone so y'all don't have to listen to it either. And I will be back shortly. If you have to take off, leave a little note. And Misa back! Alright. That's so embarrassing, isn't it? Just absolutely horridly embarrassing. I'm actually starting not to like this camera angle very much right now. I'm going to do a wee bit of repositioning. A little bit over to here. That's better for me, maybe. Just a wee bit of repositioning. So what I was off doing while on break was using the dirty belt sander to bottom out the replacement buckles here that was hacksawing off earlier, and use my hand belt sander with some really coarse grit to knock down the majority of this. Had a few little pieces on the edge, couldn't quite get to, that I'll get with the scissors. So I'm going to glue these down. These are just replacements, so this isn't anything anyone really has to do in their kits unless they want to go through this nightmare. Set these buckles down for a second. Bench clearing. We'll start tackling these one at a time. Start with the oldest tank driver right here. See if I missed anything while I was away, sorry. You got SU files for R1T. Nice. Great job, Darren. Yeah, the helmets, I've seen a couple of STL files out there for them now, so I'm glad at least some people are able to print their helmets. Hopefully we'll have a solution in the future. I'm actually looking at hopefully being able to make a vacuum form version. So I'm going to look at some models and do some tinkering and see if we can knock out one that can be vac formed and still be a good acceptable helmet while keeping costs way down. But if you can print it, print it. Alright, that was the only other update. So I'm going to just start gluing the buckles on. Probably after I do a wee bit more cleanup. A couple spots I won't be able to get to. They'll also be completely unseen anyway. Best. Yeah, you probably look the best. And I've roughed up. Switch the camera view. There you go. So I've roughed up the back end on the belt sander, and we've got this. Oh, that was like 36 grit or something on there. I bit myself a couple times. Gravity's going to be my enemy here. But y'all have probably seen me do super glue and accelerator quite often enough. It's not complicated. As long as you sanded. Now it took a little longer because I had to wait for the compressor to charge up to blow off all the little nasty particles that were left over and the dust that was left on me and whatnot. So this is a good time to put applicator on the opposite side. This is easy to line up and get in place. Just get it in the middle on the bottom and you are there. Urethane rubber, okay? These are made of urethane rubber. So there's two types of rubber in the world. Well, there's more than two, but there's two that we deal with in the prop making world. And there's silicone rubber and there's urethane rubber. And silicone rubber, nothing sticks to it except for more silicone, and in some cases more silicone won't stick to more silicone. But urethane rubber, on the other hand, works just like urethane resin. Urethane resin is typically hard or moderately pliable. If you apply heat to it, like if you're using Smoothcast 65D like we do with the helmets and whatnot. So that's why I'm able to do this with these, do this quick update. And you know what? I'm doing this on a tanker, so for future reference, if you are doing something like this and have a separate buckle, if you're doing a tanker, just leave your buckles off and paint the thing white. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't even be adhering these, but it's too late now. We're already going down this path. It's a dark and treacherous path. I made my bed, I'm gonna lay in it. I'll just mask it off, it's no big deal. Right. One tanker down, brand new buckles. Oh. And we got 2 Shoretroopers left to go. Right. See if they need any other trimming up. Let's try these new things, see if they're really any good or not. Yeah, they're pretty good. Actually, more precise than you'd think. A little surgical. So yay for urethane rubber. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. No, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it is urethane and it's very good. It works. You'll have to figure out what it is on your own. Because we had to do a lot of trial and error to come up with what we came up with. Yep. All looks good. Yeah, they do look better. So I am very thankful to Brian Bonner of Aiden's Prop Shop for printing out the buckle masters for me. I think he did it on his Mars Elegoo, and I didn't do any prep. Just put them right into the Death Trooper straps. And from here I cast a resin Death Trooper strap and cut off the buckle and set it up for the new Shoretrooper straps. So yeah, I'm happier with it too. It's just sometimes you get so resistant to change. It's like, I understand why we want to be accurate, but you know, there's an allowable 10% difference here that should be accounted for. Really, I would just love it if somebody came up to me at a convention, wanted to take a picture, saw that pointed out that a minor detail was wrong in my costume, and then didn't want to take a picture. Be like, I don't know how I'd feel. You know, because that's like a 1 in a billion type of person that might actually do that. So let's not start that as a trend. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Alright, there's another Shoretrooper rip roaring ready to go to paint. I talk about model kits and things that you can do all the time, and trust me, in the future I would love to redo our chest and back and collar, and not for reasons that probably anyone would really think, but because it is such a pain in the derriere to mold this back plate. All right, so stay with me. I'd really like to do it like a Biker Scout style, where we have a nice molded back plate that has a little inset hump, and then this whole box can be separate, set up on a separate mold for back forming, and then just a nice clean trim line, overlap, glue, and a little seam filling, and it would be good to go. That would like reduce the cold pull lines and produce better detail, and it would do so much, and I would love to do that in the future. Right now, we're just booked solid for time, and these work. But every time I have to demold one of these when we're back forming them, they're a nightmare. Just an absolute nightmare. Yeah, you're right. It's like playing an armchair quarterback. I mean, I can sit down with the movie and break things down anytime you want. You know, I could be an armchair quarterback and criticize my team all I want. It doesn't do any good. Just do what makes you happy and wear your armor. That's really kind of what it boils down to for us whenever we kind of end our discussions. It is just wear your armor and you be happy with what you have. If you want to take it that extra mile and go 125,000% and be level 82 accurate, dude, have fun. But if you're wearing it to a parade and like your elastic straps and stuff start falling apart or falling off because you used like the way they assembled it in the movie so you could be level 3 Centurion status, don't come asking me for super glue and accelerator to patch your ass back together just so you could get some kind of status. I mean, for the accuracy's sake, and you want to put it on a mannequin, sure. Because trust me, I was 16 years old when I got my first Armor FX Stormtrooper kit, and even though I had looked at Gerardo Filano's and the Wookiee Cantina Armor FX for like a year, until I finally caved in and sold my guitar to buy it, when I got it in, I knew it was not Stormtrooper armor. It was stylized Stormtrooper armor. But, you know what? I didn't have any other choice at the time. And when I went to Dragon Con for the first time in '98 and got to meet Trooper Master, Matt Gauthier, and Albin, and everybody else that first year, you know, that was something else. Because it was finally us nerds getting in costume and meeting up together for the first major event. And I have more fond memories of that, of the basis of why I do this, than the minutia of the accuracy of the detail. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But yeah, it does look better. I do appreciate it. It does look a heck of a lot better. That is number 3 for the day. It will not be long and I'll actually be wrapping up. I'd love to get to those legs, but I'm dying here. And just for notes, I gotta switch my screen views because I don't want to be talking with just a blank head. That's fine for the tutorial type stuff. Yay, hi. Lisa back. Alright. Aye. My goodness. Well, it's not that horrid, but it is horrid. One of the squad leaders was going to Mr. Steven Soloff, and you ordered through Etsy. The tanker there was going to Ryan Westvig, and that was an Etsy order. And Cody Cortez, that was a website order for on the squad leader. So you guys are going to paint here really soon. Finally clearing out some of those 2019s. So what's definitely coming up next, and I can't wait for it, I've got a few little things to do to these two kits back here Kevin was showing earlier. We were talking about the wood in the back. I've actually got to do a little tutorial for that on how to finish the belt, so that won't be too long. I can wrap that up pretty fast. It won't be tomorrow because tomorrow we may be doing a special live streaming day of the 3D printer setup. I don't know, we may just record it so we can edit everything later, because we really want to do a solid review on this printer and setup. And then we have our first three R1 TKs already trim sanded, ready to go. I'll probably be doing a thigh tutorial first. Right now I think the thigh tutorial's on the Instagram highlights. So there is one out there, but it's kind of a combination suit anyway, because we've already done the arms for the TK with the Shoretrooper. We've already done the abdomen tutorials. So really the thighs, maybe shins and calves, I did cover it in the Shoretrooper about what you would be doing about with the cover strips, applying it in the back and in the front instead. So we still need some independent ones, and we're going to be doing some forming next week too. We're going to be doing some painting hopefully next week, getting this tan laid on as soon as possible. I may just have to work Monday and paint a bunch of stuff tan so that we can get a bunch of stuff masked off. Doing a little foreman, doing getting into our run of first order Stormtrooper builds. Right after that, we still got a series to go. We're already in the middle of one Stormtrooper build, so we can do that thermal detonator tutorial to the kits that went out. So lots of fun today. I'm gonna sign off because my stomach is so hungry, I'm dying. It's been a load of fun. I really appreciate everyone that's chimed in. Excuse my incoherent rambling. Thank you all for coming, and we will see y'all next time.